Hi, my May. Oh, wait, oh, let me see.
There's a chest on the way down.
Y'all didn't see that.
What did you do?
Nothing. Let's fucking go! I made it out! Oh my god, yes! Oh, I got stuck. Good job, good job. Nice try, nice try. Oh. Wait, why did they nice try to the killer like they didn't just fucking hit me? Hello? What? Hello? Hi. Hi, cutie. Not the oh my god, not the oh my freaking god, that's crazy. Shit. No. No. That's okay. I love Naughty Bear. That's fine. Come on, come on. Come, 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 come. Let's go! You dead hard out the door! Oh my gosh, that was stressful for sure. That was so stressful. You asshole! And we fuck you. No! The lag! Oh, sweat! Oh my gosh! The lag into that! Oh my gosh! That no! I was, oh my god, I was so close to like getting that.
Poor performance.
Poor performance, my ass. That's a nice little chase, though. Wait. Hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Are you saying that I can build my own shit? What the? Are you saying I can build my own shit with these? What? Like, I can have my own tea shop, a tea conservatory, and all that shit? What?
Hi Tater, how are you?
Hey, bestie.
Looks like we're both hooked.
Just hanging out.
Bye, besties.
Yeah.
Bye. Wait,
Bye.
where's Rafe? I want to give him my map. Oh, bitch!
And you got picked. Oh my god, Lola.
Y'all didn't see that? No!
Lola.
Y'all didn't see that? Why did I laugh? Dang, I thought I could blind him, but I failed. Ooh, a wild Pokemon. Can you do Lola PCG? I want that Pokemon. Oh, I had like a really nice nurse earlier. A nurse player earlier. Like, where is the Primo Gems? Like, y'all want me to do this stuff, and y'all are not giving me Primo Gems. Y'all are giving me slips. Oh, possible rewards. 10,000 Mora and four measly slips.
你怎么了？挺住啊！这里就剩我们了，你千万别先死。金鹏，是你吗？
No! What the heck? What the fuck? Genshin! I was in the middle of that cutscene! Fuck you! Fuck you, Genshin! What the hell? It was an emotional moment! And you're the one that drinks piss, kitten. Anyway. Surprisingly. And then I think... and then we only had like one plague. That was it. So all my matches have been Trickster today, except for... Easy. Oh! Hello? Oh. That's crazy. So you can get out. Yeah, you're fine. So you can look for Hatch.
Oh, fuck. Stupid snowman jump scare. No, Billy, no!
Right there, Betsy, right there! Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go!
Nice.
Let's go! Bye. Sir? Okay, you just hooked me. I want Oni now. I want Oni. Sir, stop. Okay, the only tentacle that I'll actually allow is Wesker's. So... Can I... Thank you. Hey! Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. In the arms of an angel.
Oh my naughty! Aren't we having a marvelous day?
Let's go! Yes, we are naughty. Let's go! 4K! Is he? I don't think he's gonna break up with me. I think he's just trying
Oh, damn,
to...
he doesn't have a job?
Oh, so he's broke. Oh.
Oh, I didn't know. Hold on. Wait.
So he's broke!
I didn't know he was living with mom.
So he's
Hold on. Oh.
No, girl, it's okay. I don't need heals. I got dead hard. I'd rather be exposed and injured than healed and injured. Oh. Oh. Well. Oh. Okay.
On the car.
Who redeemed that? Oh my god. Don't redeem that. That's sus. Who redeemed that? Oh, not that. Who redeemed that? Okay, also, okay. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be doing Girl Afraid's reading right now, and I'm getting distracted. What? How? How did they know? Yeah. So, yeah. So, for example, if a... Are you fucking kidding me? Hello? That's crazy. That's honestly crazy. I was not expecting this. Look at this. I'm getting married. Hello? Oh my god, why do I hear myself? Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, I had to mute that real quick. I had to meet the web browser for TikTok. Oh my god. Hi friends, hello. Can y'all hear me? Just lie and say that I'm muted. I don't mind. But welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Who got first? Lemur got first. No one redeemed second and third. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably delete those because I feel like no one ever redeems those. So I'll just probably end up deleting them. But hi friends. Let me just mute. Let me just mute Discord on my phone because I don't want to get distracted. But hi guys, I'm alive. I'm alive and I'm in pain. But we're doing 2v8 open lobbies. We're doing 2v8 open lobbies. So if anyone wants to join, wait, let me just, yeah, I've been dealing with my monthly cycle this whole week. So I have ibuprofen. Also, thank you guys for redeeming your daily lattes and stuff. I appreciate that. Also, wait. Hold on, let me just take this real quick. Also, I do have coffee being made, so if I do end up getting up to like making that, just know it's for coffee. I've been drinking lots of coffee with like tea, or not tea, with lots of coffee and honey is what I meant to say. I've been drinking lots of coffee with honey, and it's been nice. It's been nice. Also, I need to fix something real quickly. Hold on. Also, I'm live on TikTok as well. So, if you guys do want to view on TikTok, I am live on there also. I'm not live on YouTube today because yesterday I was dropping frames and today it seems fine. So I'm assuming it's like I'm on multiple platforms and I don't know if it can handle that. So oh wait. Okay, hold on. I had to fix something. I had to fix something on I have to fix something really quickly. Okay. Okay, there. I fixed it. But how's everyone's day? How's everyone's day? How's everyone? Also, okay, hold on. I need to Oh, okay. But yeah, let's switch. But yeah. And it's also my first time like showing my face in like such a long time, I feel like. So wait, do I not have that Hellfire shirt for her? Oh, I do. I do. Oh wait, I forgot to put TTV in my name. Should I like restart and then like should I like restart so that way if people want to come to my chat, they can? Wait, let me just do that. Actually, hold on. Let me just do that. Actually, hold on. Y'all will see a black screen for a split second. Wait. I look bonita. Uy, thank you, my elixir. Okay. Also, how's everyone's... What's today? Tuesday? How's everyone's weekend? I know yesterday I was like very like low energy, but today I feel a little bit better. Also I wanted to talk, so I wanted to ask for advice. So obviously, like as y'all know, I have been trying to like figure out what like a proper time for me is and whatnot. So I was thinking about maybe being a nighttime streamer, but like also, and I wanted to test out like an overnight schedule, like an overnight stream maybe. And I was talking with a friend last night and they said that if people will make time for you, like they will make time for you regardless. And so I might like test it out, like maybe like for like one stream to see if like what the vibes are, and then after that I might do like nighttime streams, kind of like how Ms. Nix does it. Like where she's like sometimes like she'll stream at like 11 and then other days like she'll stream at like 7 p.m. So like I kind of want to test out an overnight schedule a little bit because I want to make sure that I want to like see if that's better, but I'm not 100% sure if that would be better for me. So I want to just test the vibes out and see if that works, but I don't know. Also, I'm gonna just hide other people's names just because I know some people have like, I'm not saying anyone in this lobby has like atrocious and weird names, but sometimes I just don't want to like see that. And I have to keep it private. Okay, I just have to remember that you're Arella 10. Well, I'll know it's you because you're going to be matching with me anyway. So, also, guys, don't forget to claim your guys' codes. Don't forget to claim your guys' codes as well. We are doing open lobbies, so if you guys are viewing on TikTok, also let me get this open. Let me get my overlay. Oh, I spawned right next to Ace. Oh my god. Oh, it's a West Carnononi. My god, I'm scared. I kind of forgot how chaotic this was. Also, I'm open to do comms if you want. Yes, yes. I'm just scared. What the hell-y? Oh my god. Yeah, Rilla. Oh my god. See, y'all, I'm supposed to be Gen Jockey, and then oh! Bro! I went around the corner! You and your stinking flicks, bro! You and your stinky flicks. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Why is it not showing TikTok chat? Hello? Okay, also, just so you guys know, if you guys are watching on TikTok, I cannot see your guys' comments, by the way. For some reason, it's just not letting me. So... Actually, I'll do it this way. Oh. But yeah, let me do that, Elixir. Oh my god. I don't think anyone's getting you, Elixir. Okay, we're supposed to be opening chests for our challenge, so... Am I Elixir? R.I.P. Quentin. Oh, not the botting out. Hello? I haven't seen Wesker once this game, by the way. No, Arilla! I don't know which Arilla that was, but... I don't know if that was you, Elixir, or the random. That was you? Okay. don't know where Rick is, so... Oh, well, Rick got caught. I'm gonna go for the save. Hi, bestie. I got you. Oh, the Oni DC? I guess earlier. What? I don't know why Jonah's not going for the save! Jonah! Are you serious, Jonah? Oh my god. I thought Jonah was gonna go get the save. I feel bad now. I feel so bad. At least I escaped, but I'm like, girl, Jonah. I know. That bot did what that better, but hey, it is what it is. So, um, let's see. Trying to get these like challenges done. I gotta open one more chest, and then I gotta unhook 5 more survivors, be chased for 200 seconds, and then I had to like do this, of course, um, but yeah. Do you want to do comms, Elixir? W has? Well, yes. Also, Bessie, I joined our usual spot if you want to join. Okay. Okay. I will join that, actually. I don't know why, but my TikTok chat is not showing. I don't know why my TikTok chat's not... Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I need to fix something. I need to fix my TikTok chat, actually. The thing that I use to see, like, all my chats is not showing in my TikTok chat, so I need to fix. Okay, hold on. Let me just double check that real quickly and do it through OBS. That's so odd. It's not showing my TikTok chat. Okay, hold on. Let me just quickly authorize. Okay. Okay. I don't get why it's showing only Twitch chat. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out. Wait, Elixir, can I have you test something? Can you type in like the TikTok chat and then so that way I can see if my overlay works? I don't know if it's gonna work though. Also, hi, Elixir. Okay, now it's working, but I don't, that's so weird. It's only, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for testing. Wait, hold on. Let me also, okay, I think you can be heard on stream now. Try talking.
Hello.
Okay, yes. Oh wait, but I think, let me pause my music. Hi, my Raven. Raven, Mr. Lola said that he hates me. No, he didn't. He got me like a measly bag of chips and then like I ate it and then I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? And he was like, I don't know, just figure it out. And he's like, I hate you. Also, I forgot to add the DC command from last game. But yeah, he didn't get
I don't
any
know if it
snackies.
was that only like the whole game? I honestly couldn't tell.
I don't know. I don't even remember when he DC'd. What kind of chips? He got me Doritos. I usually ask for Doritos or hot chips, but he didn't even get me hot Cheetos. So, because I asked him for something spicy and he didn't get me my hot Cheetos. So, he hates me. Yeah, Mr. Lola hates me. Confirmed. Oh my god. I got scared. Wait, this might be a flashlight. I'm manifesting one. Oh, not the DC, not the Cheryl DC. Hello? Oh. And not you blowing it up. Not a huntress. Woo! It's where Elg.
Oh, one of the killers is at 168 ping.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Oh, it's
girl.
Trapper.
Oh my god, Trap Daddy. Oh, a toolbox lane, yeah.
Also, hi Raven. How are you, Pookie?
Girl, I'm over here trying to cleanse a totem, and you bring it.
Come on, no!
Girl.
I don't care. I'm finishing it. Yeah.
See, this is why.
Oh, trap.
You never free drop against a huntress.
That is crazy. Well, I guess that's the type of hit you get when you're both over 100 ping.
When did I get there?
There, Raven, I have chat pulled up next to my TV.
I love you, but I hate you at the same time. Haha. One of them kicked my gen. Didn't know if you could see chat.
No, get away from me. I don't want you. Damn, this trapper's got everything trapped. I just walked by 4 pallets that are now trapped. You know, I got so worried though with the ping. Oh my god, it happened again.
Oh my god, I'm scared. I'm scared. I have no
Love me some Alexia. I love me some. You know, he's got like every pallet on that side trap, I think.
I haven't been healed at all.
Where are you? Oh, you're on the other side of the map.
I haven't been healed this whole entire game.
You see, I'm at where the gen just got completed.
Okay, well, I
don't know which one's you though.
I'm the Claudette.
Okay, this one's not you. I know, but I can only see the auras. I can't see who it is really.
I hate Trapper. I love you, but I also hate you.
You what?
Listen. This is my man. Me going
Hi.
against my man. Hello. Listen, me going against my man in 2v8 is diabolical. Hi.
Hi.
I don't know. Raven?
I don't think any
I
new
don't-
killers got added.
Well, I can double check.
I've heard that next time it'll be Xenomorph. Like for when it's not just gonna be a week long.
No, I'm on death. I'm on
Is
death.
anyone
I'm on
here?
death.
No one here is a medic, so that's not gonna do anything.
I'm on death. It's Trapper every single time, bro.
What is? Oh, he has that.
I hate it. I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it. Wouldn't Xeno be rough on TV? Oh, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, Xeno does, like, go underground, so... There. Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't added unknown to it. I figured he'd be a pretty easy one to integrate into it.
Oh, wait, let me...
Oh, Sable.
Put me right on spectate for you. So, I'm like, okay. Also, we are doing open lobbies, guys. So, today's Elixir's Duo Day. So, if you guys want to join...
Hi,
feel
Jimenez.
free. Hi, Jimenez. Oh, I also need to get coffee. You're on your work break. W break, L work.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that trap is scaring me. I almost stepped in that trap and then I died to a trapper. That tunneled me, but it's okay because I main trapper. So.
I wouldn't normally get like surprised by the traps, but it's hard on this map since they blend in so well.
Not the bot running away though, that's crazy.
I'm not here, I'm not here.
Ooh, you got a salad, my Jimenez? Ooh, okay. W salad. I love that for you.
I don't know how I would dodge that.
The trap freezer. Oh my god. I am so scared for you. Oh, there's a trap right there.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I've got one window that's untrapped and 2 trap outlets.
That's insane. Oh. Well, I don't want to spectate these random people, so I'll leave.
Oh wow, the Huntress's name is Wesker's wife, and they're P100 Rebecca.
I know, and the Rebecca is also a P100 Rebecca. Wait. Wait, wait. I want to see what the... Okay. It won't let me see their profile, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh wait, entertain chat. I'm gonna go make myself some coffee.
You know how I feel about entertaining chat.
Listen, just talk to stream. That's okay. I'll have music playing. I'll be back. Just talk to like Jimenez or Raven. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh, see, Raven said entertain him, so you gotta entertain. So go talk to Raven.
I'm not an entertainer. How's your day going, Raven? What's your favorite food? I'm a big seafood person, so I'd probably say lobster. Love lobster. What's your favorite food, Raven? Just chilling, wait till 3 to go back to work. Oh, okay. Hopefully it's not gonna be too much longer of a day. Steak and shrimp with hollandaise. Oh, okay. I've never had steak and shrimp before. That sounds pretty good. I've never had it with shrimp with hollandaise either. Work till 8, finally don't close. Oh, nice. Yeah, working closing sucks.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright.
Hi. Oh, guys, look! I got my mug. I got my. This is my. It's got like the. I got it during Pride Month, or as a present.
Oh, nice.
But also, if anyone wants to join, I know usually most people are working at these hours, but if you guys are off and would like to play, feel free. There's an Alan Wake and an Eddie. Oh my god. Honest, hear me out. I'm classic for me. Say, ooh, BBQ chicken with salad. Wait, are you eating it with your salad, Jimenez, or no? That sounds good, actually. Barbecue chicken.
Yeah, barbecue chicken hits.
Apollo GG's. I was like, leave me alone. I just got off a hook. But you guys did good though. I was like, I'm not gonna last long. But yeah, you guys did good. I was like, maybe they'll see my badge. I was like, maybe they'll see my badge in endgame chat. Cause I have a P100 Trapper badge. So I was like, maybe they'll see my badge. I'll forgive them. It's okay though. Like I love Trapper. Yeah, Trapper's my only P100 killer. And then on Survivor, Fung Min is my only P100 survivor, but I am planning on P100ing Claudette and Tori, and then on killer side, my second P100 would be Doctor, and then after him, I'm gonna work on Houndmaster Chucky and Myers, and then I have 3 secret P100s I'm also working on, and yeah. Trapper! Kudos to you for being dedicated. Yeah, I love Trapper. Trapper is my boy.
Oh, jeez. Another trapper.
Trapper and Emmy.
And an M.
But yeah, Trapper, I also wear Naughty Bear, the Naughty Bear cosmetic for Trapper specifically. But
Oh my god, they're both here.
During the holidays though, I normally wear Krampus. Okay, the 3-gen is on library side.
I'm actually running through library right now. Oh no. I ran right into him. Damn, we got 3 gens done already.
Ooh! Let me come get you.
Oh wow, Trapper just messed up. He trapped someone, but instead of picking them up, he just hit them. And I think they got saved.
Hi.
Hi.
But I hope you have a good rest of your games, Apollo. Do you have any Ooh!
Oh come on, not again. I just got out of chase with this dude, now I'm already back again. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Not the Nemi being a tunneler. Oh my god.
No! I thought I could make it to the freaking ballot. Oh, no one's. Oh, okay. Alan's getting you. Oh, Trapper's got really good ping.
No freaking way. This Nemi found me again.
Where are you at?
Oh my god, and there's a zombie on the stairs. I'm in main now.
He's on me, so you're good.
Yeah, I thought I was about to get tunneled out. Eddie, turn around. Heal me.
Oh my god. Well, at least I prevented you from getting death right away, so. I haven't seen Trapper at all today. For
No, you saw too.
whole game.
I played a lot of games today, and I don't think I've had a single one. Now we've had back to back.
No, I hate when it was an accident, Sable. I am so sorry, girl. She saw me struggle. This Sable saw me literally open the chest, throw the pallet, and then just looked at me like, "Mama," like. But I think she knew it's controller problems.
Oh no, Nemi saw me.
Oh, an ad starting soon. I haven't seen any of those like unhooking thingies, like to remove your unhooks.
They're here. I haven't seen any. Oh my god. I hate these zombies. I literally keep running into them with nowhere to go around them.
Ha 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 Nemi ha ha. Oh my god. Oh, Knock, my arch nemesis. Oh, hi.
Hi. Hi, Knock.
I'm scared. Okay, they're both in Maine. Oh, actually, Nemi's coming. So... Nemi's in, like, the Chief Iron's office. While Trapper's somewhere in Maine, but I'm not sure where he is. Well, Nemi's on my ass. What? I, like, judged him for missing. Oh my god.
To a Trapper or Nemi?
Nemi, like, we both just stood there like, girl.
Oh, Ada just got double teamed.
Ooh. Oh my god. I actually found a purified tonic. Nemi, no! Stop, girl. Well, I'm Death Hook again, so there's that.
Well, I'm injured and on death talk, and I have Trapper on my side. So I am probably dead. Yep, I got both of them on me now.
I don't know which door is opened. No, my elixir.
It's like I got double teamed again.
I don't know which door is opened. It's probably that back door. Oh, hi. Hi, Trapper.
Yeah, back door is open on the west side, and then I think the front door's open.
No, no!
Oh,
No, Trapper! I hate it here. Oh my god. If only Trapper did not see me, I would have made it out. I would have made it out. Hey, I'm not even mad. I lived long enough to try and survive.
I thought you'd be happy. You'd be not happy to see a driver.
Listen, I love Trapper, but I also hate Trapper because Trapper is my arch nemesis today, especially in TV8. Normally, I don't mind Trapper, but TV8 Trapper, no. No, thank you. Oh, my bad. I didn't even ready. I had to, like, text somebody back because I almost forgot. Oh, a Megatron. Oh my god. A Meg head. We got 2 Meg heads. Okay.
Oh, hello, Wraith.
Okay, who else is it? Wraith and who else?
Is that Slinger? Just puts someone into mount.
Yeah, get her! Get her!
Oh no, it's
Oh,
Wesker.
it's a Wesker. Is that all you have? Well, yes, that is all I
Is that all
have.
you
Thank
have?
you. That is all I have. Thank you very much.
You will not live to see that dawn. Oh god.
You know?
No. I wasn't trying to summon you by impersonating you. I'm sorry, Master.
I feel bad because I told Wraith to get this Tori because she was AFK, and I feel bad now. And she was just standing still. I was like, get her. And then Wesker came behind me like, no, you're not. Yeah.
Oh, I found a kid. He tried to like do some like crazy play with his bounds, and he ended up just vaulting a nearby window. Oh god.
Hey, 4gen is like
This race misses so much.
The 4gen is like around Maine and like across from Maine, like the buildings behind Maine and stuff.
You disappoint me. Is that the best you've got?
Stop saying your stupid fucking lines, bro.
7 minutes is all I can spare the place.
7
What line
minutes,
did you
got
say?
it. Okay. Hi, my backs. Games are good. I haven't survived long. Well, the first game I survived. I ended up getting hatched, and then after that, it went downhill. But we're doing a duo day open lobbies with my elixir today, so there's that.
Oh my god. No.
Okay.
Hi, Vex. How did the rest of your stream go?
Okay.
Oh, why did you unhook me if he was right there?
Oh my god. Also, yes, how did the rest of your stream go, my backs? I feel like these two MiGs are like new.
They seem to, yeah. Crap, I'm not gonna get here. Oh no, they're gonna die, no. Tori just died on second.
I really wish he would have just kicked that gem, but... Oh, let me read your comment in a second, Bex.
She just said it was really fun gobbling up all the 2v8.
I love that. I know. This is why I don't play it often. Like, and I'm kind of glad that it doesn't come out as often because, like, I get so overwhelmed and stressed out. So like when like my first game, I just was like confused. Oh, come
If you
here!
want to switch the 1v4, we can.
Come here, Meg! Come here, Meg! Meg, come here, Meg! Dang it. You're welcome, girl.
Yeah, if you want to switch to 1v4, I don't mind.
I hate you. Not you, not you, not you. Wesker. Oh my god.
Oh. I tried throwing it.
I hate you so much. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so much. Okay, I think Meg unhooked in front of the killer.
Yeah, she did. I actually saw it firsthand. Because I went to go save her, and then I heard Wraith behind me. I couldn't throw the pallet fast enough, so I died. And then as he picked me up, Meg came in and saved her.
Okay, so Hinako's working on a gen. Bestie, I love you for being gen efficient, but Mama, now is not the time to leave me on hook. Girl. Hi, my Jorgen.
Oh my god, hi Jorgen.
Mama, we dying? Yes, girl. Babes, you want to heal me, girl? You want to heal me? No? Girl, Mama, I love that you're wanting to be gen efficient, but please, for the love of God, yes, thank you, Mama. Thank you, girl. Okay, because it's just gonna be, well, it's us, Chiu, and Jeff, I forgot. So let's just hope we don't get fucking caught, okay? She said, I got work to do. Right, I'm like, girl, I love that you want to work, but I need you to do the extra work for me by healing. She's like, gens before friends, average solo queue.
Yeah. Jeff double teams.
Okay. I feel like Hinako's noon too. Cause look at her being gen efficient.
Was that a flashlight? I swear I just saw one on the ground.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice.
Look at me go! Poor Hinako, I should have left the key, but you know, Mama, I'm gonna snatch that key right up, okay?
She's not even looking for Hatch though.
Wait, what is she doing?
She's just crouched, hiding.
Oh, girl. She's probably waiting for the door. Like for them to close Hatch, maybe.
Yeah, but Wraith found her.
Babes, the hatch is not well, I had a key, but girl, you dead now. You dead as hell. Oh. She made it, guys! She made it! Guys, she made it! She made it out. W Sky Hatch, guys. Oh my god.
Sky Hash.
Oh my god, guys. She made it. W Hinako. W Girl. W Us.
Yay.
Maybe they're new to 2v8. Probably. I don't know. But I am doing 2v8 open lobbies, guys. So if anyone wants to join, just join up off of me. Yes, yes. Feel free, my Jorgen.
Yeah, Jorgen.
Okay, this is supposed to be my country playlist, but what? Oh, it's still country. Never mind. That's 2 games that I've been able to escape. But also, I know I showed my mug earlier, but guys, I have this cute mug that I got as a present for Pride. I got this mug. I have not gotten Pal World yet. I know Portions. If you guys know who Portions is, Portions was playing it with Marin and a couple of other friends that are within her community, like, recommended it. But then, like, I also wanted to, like, get, like, another cozy game, because, like, I watch a lot of content creators. I watch a lot of content creators that do Disney Dreamlight Valley too, so, like, I was gonna get those. But then also, guys, also there's a couple of Portions was, I played the demo for it. Portions was playing Shift at Midnight, so I wanted to play that. And then there's another game I saw somebody else playing and I forgot what it was. And Shift at Midnight is 4-player. So so if anyone here wants to play Shift at Midnight, if they have it, I do plan on getting it. I did play the demo, and it's so fun. They added a lot of things to it. I think they added a lot of things to it, and so I'm really excited. So I really want to. There's a lot of games that I do want to get for sure, but I'm like, I gotta get through the games that I'm going through first. But also I'm very excited because I've been playing a lot of horror games. There's a horror game that I'm planning on playing called Penitence. I, like, started it and then, like, I don't remember why I didn't touch it ever again, but I do plan on playing it. You don't have the hair? That's okay. Here, let me play.
I could switch my hair and probably fit it better.
I can play as Fungmin, probably. And then I'll wear the shirt. Oh, there goes your king. There goes your king.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's here.
Oh, there's another Fungmin in here. There's another Fungmin. Planning on matching, but I don't have the hair. That's okay, my Jorgen. That is a-okay. I fear that's me. Oh. I have names off, so, like, oh, there's another Fungmin. But that's okay, girl.
Oh, you're both fun. I would have swapped the Fung, but I probably don't have much on her.
You'll know it's me if you see, like, the Labubu charm.
I think I found Jorgen.
I found your king.
Oh, it's a Billy. Give him back. No.
Well, no.
Oh. That's crazy.
Hear that he's stolen. Oh, bye, Oichi. It's a, Nemi.
Another one. Yay, I found a flashlight.
Oh, fuck you. Not you. I'm talking about the zombie. I'm like, let me just clarify.
Have a good rest of your shift, Raven.
Bye, Raven. See you later.
Oh my god, I hate these zombies.
You fucking bitch. Okay, Leon. Stop running the Okay.
Oh my god, there's two of them.
Oh my god, this freaking... Oh, I found a key. No worries, Raven. Thank you for being here, bestie. I appreciate that. Oh, I was about to say Funman move, but that's Jorgen. That's Jorgen. I take that back.
Oh jeez.
I take that back, Jorgen. Don't listen to me.
Yes, I got it. Let's go. Let's go, double. 2 saves on Jorgen. No, I can't get this one. Stupid song.
Oh my god. Oh, quick time to shack, elixir. There's a green tonic here.
Oh, shoot. I gotta heal Steve first. Oh god.
Damn it. I hope Nemi's blind enough to not see it, but...
Oh, he ran away.
Oh my god, 2 of your kings are here. Oh my god. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
2?
Hey. Yeah, hey, hey.
Oh, I didn't know there was 2. I didn't notice the third too.
They're, rubbing my back.
Should have been me.
Oh, and Yoichi. What a cutie. Oh.
Hi, bestie.
Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off.
Why?
They were here, no?
I think we had time to finish.
My blast mine, you fucking... Oh.
I'm pretty sure we had time to finish that gen though.
Okay, I'm gonna take him away. Go back and finish.
Now he's on me. Oh my god, you stupid zombies! Can't stand it.
On. I just got scared
Okay,
and
Nemi's not going back to shack. Odd.
Oh. Oh. Oh, look at us. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're all the way by the other door.
I got it.
Oh, he's not on me.
I got Billy on my sticks. What?
Yes, Steve made it out. Okay. I just wanted my fucking totem, bro. I wanted my totem and my chest. But the fucking zombie. GG's. Yes. W us.
Yes, Jurgen, you did blind me. Crazy, because I got 2 saves on you, and then you blind me at the end.
I don't have any. I don't have the shirts on her. Okay, I guess we're going beach theme, bestie.
Do I have? I don't know if I have any beach theme fits.
I think V has one. You can like do the top and then like maybe, or like a sun hat and like the top. I don't know.
I don't think I have that on B though.
Hey, let me look at the.
Let me see, what do I have?
Oh, Arella has one. Arella has a beach outfit.
Yeah, but I don't have that one either. Must have someone though.
Let's see. I need bottoms that are like very like beach like.
Sable, I don't have sables.
Oh wait, I could get her the rest of her fit, but I'm gonna save my. I'll just wear pants. We could just pretend that under her pants are. Or actually, hold on. I wish I could get the rest of her beach fit, but I don't have it. Wait, Thalita has one. She has her little
She
lifeguard
does.
fit. Yeah, she has like a lifeguard fit. Hold on, where is it? Where's Thalita? Here, I'll show it. I'll show it. It's this one. This is essentially like a lifeguard fit, but only if you want to wear it. Love that my Lola isn't a country girly. Yeah, I love country music.
Oh wait, does this fit work? I don't know, I mean, jeans aren't really...
I guess that works, yeah. I feel like that does. Oh wait. Where is my... Where's my Elodie? Hold on. Where's my girl? Where's my girl, Elodie? There you go. Oh, I almost left. My neck hurts. I think I slept wrong. Oh my gosh, a Renato. Wait, let me switch to Thalita. Oh. Never mind, I guess. The Renato didn't want to stay. That's rude. I was like, let me match, and he said, nah, girl. Okay, Alan Wake with a flashy. I also see Jorgen with a flashlight, so hopefully Jorgen can get some saves on us.
I feel like to be Alan Wake, you have to have a flashlight with you.
I know.
I wouldn't hold my breath. No, Jurgen, you're gonna do great.
Another Billy. Huntress? The pain. I'm so sorry, my Jorgen.
Kinda crazy that my ping isn't even that much better than Jorgen's. No, Jorgen.
Dang, they saw Jorgen with a flashlight and was like, let's tunnel this dude out.
Oh my god.
The 4gen is where, like, we were on, like, kind of, like, on the opposite side of Shack. Like, Jorgen, so it's kind of, like, kind of on that side. Ooh! Okay, where the Alan got downed at,
Oh,
that's where the
Jorgen, I
4gen
found
is.
Jorgen, there's a cage tonic right here. Jorgen, get the tonic. Oh. No, Jorgen. Didn't see it, but I still don't think they did.
my god, I'm stuttering. What the fuck, bro? There's a nasty 4gen where the downs were at. She's a shadow. I'm stuttering like crazy, bro.
Oh, I thought that was only me. It's gonna happen like the whole game.
Bro, okay, the Huntress and the Hillbilly have somewhat high ping, but hi, bestie.
Hi.
Huntress has the Shadow class, so be careful. She's too...
Oh god.
Yeah, our 3-gen is really nasty. Or 4-gen, I should say. Where the Nia got downed is where our 4-gen is. And they're protecting it heavily. R.I.P. Alan. Okay, you guys should see my yellow gen. That's where the 4-gen is. I don't know why they finished the gens over there. Oh my god.
I don't know, it's kind of hard to realize where the like 4-gen or 5-gen is though. If you're not a guide, you can't really see it.
Oh, true.
Oh wait, Nia's about to get that one.
Wait, oh my god. Jorgen. Shit. I can't.
Okay, I'm gonna open.
Jorgen, come on. Jorgen, this way! Where are you going?
Oh my god.
Oh!
Are you kidding me? I was trying to leave.
Oh.
No, you can. I'm crawling. No. Jurgen, I thought you were just gonna leave. Why did you like stand there? It's okay, I got Yoichi coming for me.
Okay, I need to make sure you two get out. I don't know if there are doors near you
I'm
guys.
trying to get him to heal me. There is a door, but it's not open.
Okay, I see you guys. It's like directly like across, like so turn slightly to your left and then go straight.
I know where the gate I opened is. But I'm pretty sure that they're guarding it.
They didn't see me. They didn't see me. I'm still here. Okay, they left. They left. They left. They left. So come quickly.
I'm running. Yoichi's on one of the gates.
Boo. Hi.
How did they not see you?
Well, Billy like swung over here and then like he like didn't see me. I like looked at him like right here. Okay, cool. He left. Oh god, that was stressful. That was stressful. They were both console players too. GG's. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna be back then, okay? Don't stop me from getting a good time from you. Even if it's only for 7 minutes. Oh my god. What? What'd I say? What'd I say? I mean, listen, it was for 7 minutes. That's what he said. 7 minutes is all I can spare.
Oh crap.
Oh.
You know, I was too much of like, oh, Quan, what are you doing?
Oh.
Or were you just standing there?
Maybe.
I was in too much of like a playing against Jace. Are you? Lola?
It was an accident. Listen, I didn't know.
Lola? What? What was that? Lola?
Listen. He's faking his M2. What? My lag. My lag. What the hell? Oh my. Like his like beard and everything, and I'm like, why did y'all make him look like a fucking drunkard? And then you got freaking what's his name smoking up in the back. Like, hello? Like, be so fucking for real. Like,
奉行様、この二人は遠くから来た賓客だ。そんな古いやり方はよせ。さあ、来るといい。話は中で聞こう。
Period. Period, old man. Period.
申し訳ない。
Yeah, that's what I thought. Cause F you. Get off the gen, get off the gen.
Me?
No, not you, not you. I was talking to vacated.
Oh, what the fuck? Help!
What, help? What? Hello? What?
度假度假村，亲爱的游客们，欢迎登岛！
I
度假村，亲爱的游客们，欢迎登岛！
requested
度假村，亲爱的游客们，欢迎登岛！
my soul.
度假村，亲爱的游客们，欢迎登岛！ 度假村，亲爱的游客们，欢迎登岛！
I
So energetic.
Oh, 一上来就有开屏表演，情境感好强。
Okay, Paimon, shut up.
是活力四射的派对气氛。
Girl.
甜美。
No! My dead heart! Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, are we not doing summer theme anymore? I just chose to do summer themed Jorgen, but if y'all want to match, y'all don't have to, but okay, we got this. We got this.
Funny we do a beach theme and we get a snow map. Oh, it's a blight.
It's a top hat blight too.
And a Wesker. Oh my god, this is like my dream.
Oh my god. Imagine if Marin came out came into chat and being like, ew, a blight.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god.
I mean, does she like Wesker though? Maybe she can.
I don't know, actually. I've never heard her like talk about Wesker, but so I wouldn't know if she likes Wesker or not, actually. Okay, Forgen is like in main and like
that
surrounding.
is crazy. You know, I feel bad that we get to enjoy a blight game, but Marin doesn't. It's unfair.
Ah, you have 3 dashes, sir. that. Oh, that was clean. Stop! I was on the pallet.
We're all over here. Oh my god, it just came out of nowhere.
More that tonic was, actually. Oh, that was a clean flick from Blight. I saw that. Oh, someone's fighting for their life on hook over here. Hold on.
Damn it, I was so close to finishing the gen.
Hope I'm not within range of them, seeing my... Yeah, they're not. Okay. I actually tamed a Birkin and a Dracula on this map once, which was, like, really shocking.
I had a Birkin earlier.
A Birkin.
Part of the reason I learned Blight was because of the Birkin skin. Or attempted to learn Blight, I should say.
Oh my my god, I got stuck. Stuttered there.
And that happened right in front of me. Oh, he wants me now. I love you, Blade.
You're good. Yes! The
Nice.
redemption. Oh, poor Rebecca. Jurgen, I'm not Jack, by the way. If you want to heal me.
No.
I'm not Jack if one of y'all want to come over here.
Oh, I'll take your flashlight. Thank you, Rebecca, for dying.
Oh, that's crazy. Not to think. That's crazy. Well, if you want to come over. Oh, Wesker.
Well,
Is...
she died. She died right in front of me, and then she has a unused flashlight in her hand.
Actually. Put that on.
Yeah. A lot of use the flashlight's gonna do now.
Hold on.
Oh, I see you in the distance. I'm on the gate.
Dun-dun-dun.
Oh, we got two people on hook.
Okay. I got it. I got it.
Wesker's going to the gate. No! Fortunately, there's not much we can do. Oh god, move!
Okay, I saved Steve though. That's okay. Oh, not the head on hook. That's the head on hook. Oh my god. That's diabolical, and a hatch opened right in front of me. GG's. God. That was diabolical. Oh my God. I gotta save my blood points for my secret P100s. I was gonna P100 Jill, and then I changed my mind.
So you don't want to be a P100 Jill and Carlos duo? That's crazy.
Well, I was, and then I was like, you know, I'll put my points into my secret P100s. But maybe I will P100 her. So let's listen to some Lana Del Rey.
I feel bad. I feel bad. I love Sable. What the? Oh god, no. Oh, well, I didn't get thrown into anything. It's a Nemi. I heard his footsteps.
OMG, you said that as I put Lana on. Ooh, okay, Morgan. Okay. Also, hi, Miss Jason. I haven't heard Lana Del Rey in so long.
I don't know if I've ever listened to her, really.
I love her. Forge on his shack side.
Oh god. What? What is your ping? And then that hits me too, or you can...
Well, Nemi is at 96, and then Wesker's at 30.
I don't know, that was a crazy hit. Like you basically, it was like it felt like a Huntress hatchet. Where like doesn't even hit you, but it still hits your hitbox.
Jorgen, come to shack if you can. Come over here. I have a gift. Like, come towards shack. It's like outside.
Right. Are there no like crates? I don't see any.
Oh, the
Table, get out of the way.
Oh, I have a flashlight too. Jorgen, where are you?
Sable. Okay, you know what? Go get her. Go get her ass, Nevi. No, you're supposed to go for her.
Okay.
Yeah, but am I the only one that's? It says I have. It says I'm infected. No, fuck you.
Oh wait, is Jorgen not Sable?
That is stupid. I'm around the corner.
Oh,
No, Sable just got me fucking hooked. Thank you.
Sable is Jorgen. So
Oh, Sable's Jurgen. Oh. Yeah, well, he blocked me. So Jurgen blocked me from getting to, like, give myself the antidote. And then I tried to use it, and then Wesker finds me. I literally didn't have enough time to use it. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, Jurgen, but don't block me next time. I didn't even realize it was you.
Literally, I was like, Jorgen, come to Shack, and then I'm like, I have a present for you, and then you're like, Sable, move. I'm like, damn, like, girl.
Oh, I didn't realize Jurgen switched. I'm not paying attention when people switch, okay?
Oh, you bitch.
Oh shoot. Wait, I feel bad now because I'm being mean to Jorgen on his birthday.
Today's Jorgen's birthday. Jorgen,
Oh,
you didn't
yeah.
say anything. Sky! Hi, Sky. How are the matches going? The matches, well, they're going all right.
Really?
No! To make me
Okay,
angry.
Jorgen, don't try and play the victim here.
Are you trying to make me angry? Well, yes.
Jorgen, I told you to move away from the container because I needed to heal to get the antidote, and I wound up getting hooked because of it.
Wait, Alexa, come here. Where are you? I'm near main, like, by a bunch of rocks.
I'm like facing the front of main.
Okay, well...
Healing Dwight.
Oh, okay. Come here. Actually... Okay, do you see me? Do you see me? I hear?
I see you. Where'd you find a tonic?
Yes. Over here.
Thank you, I love you.
Love you, miss you. Oh! So you're saying that you're getting, girl, it's your birthday. Listen, we gotta throw in some jabs. If you do exclamation point Sable, Jorgen, just do exclamation point Sable real quick. For playing Sable.
What's the smell? You know what is musty.
Oh.
Look at her nails, her feet, yo, they're crusty. Okay, Sable, go where you came from. You know what? You came where there's no sun. Yeah, underground. Oh my gosh, yeah, girl, you smell. You know what? Your time was spent. Do you even know what deodorant is? That's right, because you know it's the biz. You know what now?
Wait, I thought you did have a Sable command.
I did.
Did you get rid of it?
No, it's a sound alert.
Okay, there she goes.
Oh, I didn't hear because I don't have stream turned up. But I thought you just made him type it in for. Wait, what's the sound alert?
Killer coming in, don't come after me. Go after Sable, go after her teeth.
It's like a rap about how crusty and dusty Sable is.
Smells like a butt.
Oh. You know what, Jorgen, I'll go Sable with you next game. We'll be in this together.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh! Jorgen said no, you're just gonna be mean to me again.
I'm not.
You're gonna be like, oh my god, Sable, move.
But if... Well, yeah, because I thought it was just a random blocking me from getting to the antidote. So I was like, stop being mean. Let me get the antidote.
Oof. See, the only time I make someone move with a sense of urgency is if, like, I'm getting chased by the killer and I'm like, no, get out of my way.
Oh yeah, well I did it because I was fully infected, or I was about to be fully infected, and I'm like, well, no Wesker's in the area, I need to get rid. And so I was like, why is this random, like, oh come on, how did he find me?
Playtime is over.
That hit.
No! Okay, it's okay. He gets my jump. I stared at someone asking for a heal, so long they finished their self heal and my mouse died mid match. Oh. Not from mid match. You gotta be fucking joking me. There was a self-tonic. There was a fucking self-tonic right there. And I wanted it.
I think that was the one I was trying to grab earlier. No, come to me! Oh my god, I might die now.
No.
Barely. Oh god. Just ran right into Nemi. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez.
No! Please. No, 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 no. Stop. Wait, I think I can recover.
Come on, I got double teamed.
Hi, Pisces.
Hi, Pisces.
Thank you, friend.
Oh, okay, you're just gonna point at my dead body.
Damn. Damn. I'll be on for a while. No! Stop! I don't... No, I don't want you. Yeah, I should be on for a while, Pisces. But I hope you have a good shift. Also, let me talk Sky to bed. And then also let me hug Pisces. I saw your announcement, Pisces, yesterday in the Discord. I hope you're doing okay. So someone keeps pinging me in Discord. Oh, now I'm about to leave the lobby. Oh my god. I did not mean to do that. Welcome back, Jorgen.
Another Wesker.
I don't know who the other killer is. Could be Stealth.
Probably a ghost face. This is the only terrorist I had.
Okay, let me go get the heal. Or the unhooks.
Oh, well, you can get one.
Welcome to the room of infinite bullshit!
Oh my god, wait. Someone resub? Hello? Oh. So, hi, Platonic. Thank you for subbing. Okay. Unless they're AFK. I don't know if the other killer's AFK, but it's Wesker's. Oh.
I have it as a ghost face. Oh! I can't tell you how many times I've gotten double teamed today.
Okay, I revealed them. Damn. Where the fuck did you come from, you ass?
Oh my god, Jorgen, really?
Wait, which one's Jorgen? Is Jorgen Claudie or
Jorgen's V.
what? Oh, V.
He came to my hook and then just teabagged me.
Oh! That's crazy.
Watch out, Ghostface is right here. Only had a flashing.
Oh!
We really need to get gens going.
Well, I'm trying, but
Jeez. I didn't realize that that was the second one.
okay, bro.
Hello, Ghostface. I love that he just ran right next to me.
Okay. Damn. What, Claudie? What? Elixir sandbag me and oh. Elixir?
What?
That's what Jorgen
Okay,
said.
Jorgen, now we're just making up lies.
Hmm.
I only saw him when he teabagged me on when I was on Hook and then when I did main gen together. But we both left, and I'm pretty sure I didn't see him after that.
Would I lie on my birthday?
How are
Oh,
you
wow.
pulling the birthday card? After I already said I feel bad for the last game on being mean on his birthday.
Too bad you won't make it much
Stop! Stop with your fucking lines, bro. I already know.
Let me guess, was it 7 minutes?
No, he's like, too bad you won't make it much further. And I was like, bro, I already know. You hit me.
Too bad you won't make it much further.
Who was this Claudie? Hello? They kept, like, telling me to come, and I'm like, okay, girl. I don't know, girl. I don't know. But thank you for the sub, Platonic, and also I hope you're doing well. We have 5 spots, or technically 4, because I think Platonic's wanting to join, but we have 4 open spots.
Welcome to the room of infinite bullshit.
Hi, my Jay. Thank you for the resub. Gotta support my local items. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Jay. Well, that's why Elixir's in voice chat with me. Does Aiden not know that like it's just you and her left? And that's why Elixir was with me last night. Well, no, because Elixir's always been with me. So fuck you, ho. Does Aiden not realize that it's that there's hatch now, girl?
I don't know. I mean, I searched this entire side of the map and couldn't find any. Also, hi, my Jay.
Okay, I have 5 open spots. So if anyone wants to join, feel free. Just join upon me.
Oh my god, there was a 1, but it's closed, so I don't think Kate is gonna find any.
Elixir doesn't love you like he loves me, so no.
Yes, my Jay, of course I love you.
Oh, also... You're being a match? Okay. Think. Okay, I don't think Platonic is on, so we can do some more matches. I was about to say, look, we have a Sable with bad ping, but I forgot that's Jorgen. I saw the Red line of death.
I would go Sable, but I don't have her beach fit.
Oh. I'm so mad that my ex-friend bought a couple of Sable tops and headpieces, and I'm like, I don't even play her, or neither do I like her.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck with those pieces of clothing for Sable, and I don't want them.
I can't believe she did that either.
So I'm like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, because so I had a friend who I told her, I was like, hey, like, I don't mind you spending like my Eerie shards like when you're playing, and thankfully, like, I would always use my blood points to like on like other characters. And like she had the audacity, oh, Dracula. She had the audacity to spend a little bit of my
Oh my god, let's go.
On a headpiece, and then she also used like a lot of my Eerie shards on like a couple of tops and stuff for Sable, and I'm like, I'm not gonna ever wear those, so like and I can just easily grind my Eerie shards back, and like just don't spend the Auric cells because I can't get those back. And she you know, she would come to like my house and stuff to like watch stuff, and I was like, nah, I'm good. And
let's go. By the way, it's a naughty bear.
Oh my god.
But I just blinded him to save Jorgen.
My baby, my baby.
No, I was hoping you'd pick. Uh-oh, I got him.
But yeah, she spent my Auric cells on a headpiece for Sable, and I hate it. And I was like, you owe me $5, and she's like, it's only $5, like, get over it. I'm like, I can't get those fucking back. And she, where that person got hooked at, that's where the 4 Jennas. Or like when they were getting picked up, I should say, not where the hook is. But yeah, she used my account, and she used my Auric cells, and I'm like mad, and she did it out of spite. She did it out of spite because of like something happened against like me and my ex-best friend, who looks exactly like Sable IRL, which makes me like hate her. Like, I don't hate her, and like I'm not gonna take the joy away from people for like not liking her. I'm not gonna take the joy away from people for liking her, but like I don't like her, and like, and I also just don't like it when people say like, oh, like Sable hate his forest, but I'm like, okay, like, well, what if the people who are playing Trickster or like Knight or whatever, and you guys say, oh, I hate Knight, I hate this character, and I'm like, like, I'm like, that's basically the same thing. They're like, oh, but that's different. I'm like, but that's not different. It's the same thing. And people who constantly defend these said like characters, like you guys get upset, and you like, and they're like, yeah, but like we do it as a joke and blah blah blah, blah. I'm like, I'm like, it's the same thing. Like, come on. Like, I mean, like, yeah, like I get it. Like, I don't like a Trickster, Knight, or Ghoul, but I'm not gonna take away the joy of people liking those 2 killers, those 3 killers either. And then like you guys, but like no one says like, oh, the hate is forced on those characters, but I'm like, okay, well, And they're like, yeah, but like, and I'm like, but there's also people who like who dog on me for playing Trapper, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, if you don't like a set character, I can give two fucks less if you don't like that character. Sorry, I went on a little rant there. Oh, not Leon getting injured, and he's deaf. Oh, fuck. This Kate scared the shit out of me. Oh! Not the okay, I'm back my bottom. Oh, that's crazy. Elixir, your king died.
Yes, I know.
Well, Elixir don't miss you, Jay. That's crazy. Elixir is mine, so back off. Move, Rebecca!
No! Rebecca. I'm about to finish the gen, you don't take him to me.
Oh my god. Yes!
Trevor. Oh my god.
They got blinded. Ow.
Oh my god.
Whew.
Could someone please do the gen? Thank you for trying, Gorgon.
Oh! Paid the price. Yeah, Lola, do a Okay, I'll be proud. Oh my god. That scared me.
I just realized that Dracula has the shadow claws.
Okay,
You know, Trevor, you could try to bring him somewhere where the gen's not right next to.
oh, Sable, behind you. Sable, Sable, move, hey. Oh my god. Well, I'm not trying to scream at you. Sorry, girl. I see. I have names off, so oh, Jay. That's crazy. No, Naughty Bear, no, no, stop it. Please. No, stop it. Don't judge me. No, 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 no. Stop. No. No, stop. No. No, stop. Oh. Oh.
Dan Jay's rooting against Lola.
Look. Jurgen, heal. Oh my god! I love that! Okay. He's so cute. Hi. Oh. No. Get away from me. No! No! Oh, Dapper, we had something! Stop! That's crazy! Oh my god! That's crazy! No! We had something! That's crazy. Let me see. Jay? Jay? Girl? No, 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 no. You better get back here, mama. Oh, heck no, girl. Right, right. Let me just, let me just screenshot that real quick. Let me just screenshot that real quick. Right, right, right. Right. Wait, let me just scroll back up in chat so that way
Y'all ever drank pussy? I've never drank pussy.
wait, hold on. Jay, why don't you come play with us, mama? Why don't you come play? Why don't you come play with us, girl? Oh, okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. Okay. Fuck me. Yeah, Elixir, both Elixir and Jorgen are here, so you'll still be playing with men. The fuck? Girl, let me just block you real quick. Right, right, right. Yes, both of them are playing. Today is Elixir's duo day. Girl. Let me also screenshot this real quick, just so that way I have blackmail for Jay. I'm gonna be streaming for a while, mama. Like maybe like a few more hours, probably. Also, guys, thank you guys for the likes on TikTok. Thank you, thank you. I meant to say thank you earlier, but I was locked in for some games. But yeah. Oh, also Jay, I got my stream key for TikTok. I got my stream key. Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do is I probably won't go live on YouTube anymore, but I will just do TikTok and Twitch and then post long form content on YouTube. Yeah, I know, I'm excited. I'm excited. Also, ads ending in like 10 seconds, guys. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry about the ads. I didn't realize that they were playing. Also, let me know when you load in, Jay, so I can invite you. But also, if you guys want to do 1v4, I'm down to like just do like a Swift thingy for like 1v4 too. Wait, let me see if Jay's on. Elixir can decide. It's his due date. Okay, Elixir.
What, sir?
Do you want Jay to join? Girl, you literally told me, Mama, I'm gonna fight you. You literally said you were gonna load up. Girl, bye. Oh, wait, my Miz. I saw my Miz. Do you want to play with us? We're doing open lobbies. Well, my Elixir's. Yes, come join. Come join. We're doing open lobbies.
Next.
We're doing open lobbies, my Nix. Also, I keep forgetting to do this next. I keep forgetting to give you my VIP badge, and I keep forgetting. I didn't even give you one. Okay. Zapped. Of course, my Miz. I need to go to the bathroom real quickly. I forgot to do that while ads were playing. Your stomach's hurting? Take some vitamins, Raven. Take some vitamins, drink water, and make sure you eat a snack. Okay, I want to be back, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Don't blow it up. Oh, Jay? Anyways, I'm gonna be back. I'll be back, girl. A candelabra. Hello. It's my lucky day. Thank you. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Alan. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Oh, I don't want to block y'all. Hot, dead-hearted into that motherfucker. I'm so sorry, Odie. I am so sorry. Please, help me. He wants me. You missed. No, sir. I'm back. Oh. Hello? Okay, hold on. My camera hates me. I fear. My camera hates me, I fear. Okay, there. Okay, are we still doing beach scene, guys? Or are we just gonna play with whatever? I'm hiding in the potty. Oh! Not you hiding. Elixir is hiding from you, Jay. Yes, let's do all
Wait,
beach
what?
scene. Jay was asking where you were at, and I was like, "You're hiding."
I'm here, but I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, see, hear that, Jay? You're a nobody to Elixir. Elixir said, "Jay who?"
No, I said I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Well, yes, as he should.
No, I don't hate you.
As he should. As he should.
Of course, Raven. What's next? Do you want?
I have leftover curry. I have a picture of it, my Raven. I can share. Wait, let me see.
I'll send it right to your work, please. I love you, Jay.
See, this is the curry I had last night.
Do you love me, Jay?
Jay said he hated you earlier.
Another Dracula.
It's a Huntress?
Oh, yep. Who holds her hatchet? She didn't even throw it once.
Wherever Huntress is the 4-gen here.
Well, I'm being chased by Huntress. Oh.
I still need to do my killer challenges. Too. Shit, oh my god, I kind of wish that they didn't complete that gen, but...
Oh, I love it. Oh, shoot.
Oh, hi,
Ah.
bestie. That almost hit me.
Yeah, she's still on you.
I hate her. Are y'all gonna play killer today? I don't know, my Raven.
I heard the killer queues are like even longer today than they normally are.
I might play killer at night, but I don't know if I'll do 2v8 though. I think Miss Nick said that she was gonna do killer 2v8 lobbies today.
She is. Oh my god. If only she didn't. Oh, I found a cage tonic.
Oh, really? Where?
Where me and Huntress are.
I don't know where you and
Like
Huntress are.
corner of the map, kinda.
Yes, attempt.
Or
Yes, let me know, Miss Nix. I'll join you.
yeah, well, do you see where I'm down? It's like in
Yeah.
this area, kinda.
I already used it. I already used one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was the one that you were talking about.
Yes, Jorgen, I love you.
I hate her. Yes! Damn it! They finished that fucking gen and I couldn't. I wanted her to get blast minded. Oh, Jorgen, I think I took it already.
Oh.
Because I had taken one earlier and I think I took the one that,
Oh no, it's still here, it's still here. Jorgen, I'm gonna come to you and then just follow me.
I hope you die, Jorgen, on hook.
Oh no, Dracula, Dracula. How healed are you, Lola? I can try to do a heal bonus.
I don't know how healed I am. Jorgen's busy chasing me and clicking me.
Alright, Jorgen, follow me. Oh. Never mind, never mind.
Bye, Jorgen.
No.
They're protecting that 5 to 4 gen heavy. Hi, my Carlestello, my Stiletto.
Jorgen, the tonic is like on the other side of the map. Like, right where you saved me, in that area. It's like connected to this like tall rock.
Well, Jorgen's getting double teamed, so...
No.
Hi,
Tried. If only that Dracula hadn't come.
Hey, hola. I'm my Stiletto. Do you love me? Be honest, my Stiletto.
Oh, someone took it.
Oh! I like... Oh! Oh! I thought you were gonna like the double team. Oh! 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 Well, yes. Oh. Hmm. Now, Jay, please. Girl, not keep clipping me. Oh, Carlos? Also, Carlos, how was your stream with my pool? Two bottoms were? Oh. It was fun. We had some good games with 2v8 Killer. Well, yes. I just wanted to pet the dog. Well, I'm only a bottom for you. Oh. Jorgen? Girl, he said, fuck your pets. Well, yes, yes. Right. Oh, well, you weren't meant to see that. Oh. Interesting.
Okay.
My Jorgen.
This Dracula is so weird. He keeps seeing me even though he shouldn't.
Oh, maybe it's the aura timer thingy.
Yeah, but he's in bat form. He can't see auras.
Well, he can see scratch marks if you're running, and he can see grass movement
Yes,
too.
but I don't have scratch marks because I wasn't running.
Well, unless... Oh,
And I also wasn't in grass either.
maybe he just sensed where you were.
But he came out and was like facing me. Like he knew exactly. Oh my god, what is this loop?
Oh.
Why is it so...
I'm not mean to Elixir.
Oh, that's crazy, Jorgen.
If anything, it's Jorgen that's being mean to Elixir. And then Jorgen was lying on Elixir saying he got sandbagged. And I'm like, well, that's crazy. Oh. Not that am I wrong. Not that am I wrong, girl. Girl, please. V8 sandbag lobby. Well, I'm doing open lobbies again tomorrow, so I'll probably do a later time tomorrow. Over there. Over there.
Oh, come on.
We can do sandbag opens
She
tomorrow.
holds it so much.
Okay, no minutes. We can do it tomorrow. But what time are y'all free? That's the question. What time are y'all free tomorrow? Yes. And I think so.
Hi.
Not the... No! Girl! Never mind, they hate me and didn't want to join. Oh. Oh. They could smell Elixir, I guess. Oh. Oh. That's crazy. But I have 4 open spots, guys, so you guys are more than welcome to join if you'd like. I know, that was a good game.
Yeah, everyone made it out.
Oh my god. My hands are cramping. Well, You know what? No, never mind. My hands were cramping. Well, no, Jay. Elixir's not coming over. Elixir doesn't want to be with you, girl. He said that you're too much of a bottom for him. And...
No, I didn't say that.
You also... Weren't you just, like, cheating on Elixir for Jorgen? So... Back off, mama. Back off, girl. You can have Jorgen. Elixir is mine, girl. No, never happened. Jorgen, weren't you the one who said, I'll be a bottom for you, Jay, don't worry? Right. Right.
Another Dracula?
Well, no, Jay. No, absolutely not. You have
Ghost
a flashlight,
face.
Jorgen, move, please. Jorgen, move, please. You have a flashlight already, mama. Yes, move, girl. I will befriend the killer just to get your ass. Don't tempt me. Thank you. You leave.
Wait, there's a rose? Oh my god, I don't know the last time I've seen another rose. Oh, what did I just walk into?
Oh. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Looks like people are just mad at Jorgen for misunderstandings today. Whoa, what?
It's the green one, Ms. Nick. So the green one takes away the hooks, and then the bluish teal one takes away the It's a ghost face. Got it.
I said that.
Oh, my bad. My bad, girl. I was too busy fussing at, Jorgen. No.
Oh god.
Girl, I know you ain't talking. Oh my god, what did Automod do? What did Automod do, my Jorgen? No, Jorgen, no. Where is that green tonic? Oh, our 5 gen is horrific. Now, are you gonna say sorry, Jorgen? It's okay, Maria. I don't know that person. It's okay, girl. I don't know them. It's okay. I don't know them. Bro, what the fuck? Fucking bitch! That's crazy! That's crazy! Hi, my famous bestie girl afraid. Lola hates me confirmed. Well, no, I don't. You kept yelling at me. Unhook me. Unhook me before I DC. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna remember this, Jorgen. Watch, watch. I'm gonna remember this, Jorgen. Let me. Oh my god. Jorgen, stop. Girl. That's what I really wish that you got hit instead of the Maria. You little... It's okay, Maria. I don't know that Sable. I'm so sorry. That Sable sucks.
Let's run next run. Oh, I might not get saved. You guys are like all in the same spot.
Yeah, I don't know that Sable. I don't know her. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave.
Why is Sable just standing at the gate?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Wait, did Jorgen die? Did Jorgen die? I just needed to know if Jorgen died. I just need to know if Jorgen died. Wait, did Jorgen die? You actually made it out? You're lying. You're lying. No, you didn't. You fucking died. I am so glad that Jorgen died. R.I.P. me. Oh, not the connection lost. Excuse me. See, I am so glad that Jorgen. Yeah, I don't know. It says, you know, it could be a Steam issue. I think it's probably Steam. Let me restart the lobby. Oh, never mind. Wait. Let me restart the lobby. Hold on. The lobby is bugged. Hello? Is it bugged? Okay, I sent invites. Okay. Ms. Nix, where are you, bestie? Oh, here you go. I have names off. Okay. Oh. Okay. Mama, it's Tuesday. Yeah, but it's Steam Maintenance Day. That's why I'm saying it could be a Steam issue. But also, Girl Afraid, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, wait. Doing good. Just got home from work. Going to do a workout. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. I've been feeling sluggish this week because my time of the month is here. But overall, I'm doing good. I actually just had coffee with honey. It's so good. And oh, I'm on my time of the month. Also, we must be synced then, because this week and last week were like a struggle bus, because last week I was, and I still kind of am, like feeling sluggish like last week. And I like just been craving like a lot of spicy foods and stuff, so that's how I knew I was gonna be on my time of the month. Madrina's coffee. I haven't even tried Madrina's yet, Jay. So I'm kind of nervous to try it. I told Mr. Lola that I wanted to try Madrina's, so I'm gonna get the Mish bundle, and then there's a Palea. There's a streamer who streams Palea a lot, and her name is Jupiverse. She has like a lemonade flavor drink, so I want to try that and support her too. Unfollow. Oh, crazy. Hi, my handsome Troy. I love you, my Troy. Troy, do you love me? Be honest. Troy, is it true that you called me a bottom? Carlos said that you did, mama. It's an Oni. And a wraith.
And a wraith.
That was it. See? Oh. Oh my god. Well, you are a bottom mama. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. How was your stream? Is it Vizern? Is it Vizern? Welcome in. Hello. Move your head! Oh my god! Y'all, Jorgen is trying to get me to die. Oh my god. Jorgen, I'm gonna remember that, girl. I'm gonna remember that. Yeah, stream was great. I was playing some TVA Killer. Ooh, how are the killer keys, by the way? I was gonna try to do some killer today at some point, but I just oh, hi Bestie, hi. Y'all, Jorgen is stressing me out. I am so sorry if I like am screaming in your ear. Y'all, Jorgen is stressing me out, sandbagging me and all. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, Jorgen, are you gonna behave? Oh my god. Jorgen wants me dead. They were horrible, 35 to 40 minutes. Had to play some Survivor in between. Oh my god. Y'all, literally, Jorgen is just wanting me dead. And here I was, defending Jorgen. But Jorgen is just wanting me dead and gone. Jorgen said, fuck you. Oh my god. This lander, I'm not even doing anything? What was that attack? Okay, mama. Right. But also, I do appreciate you for the raid. I'm so sorry. I didn't like
Crazy?
property.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats
My
make me
name's
crazy.
Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of DBD, but I also play other games like Phasmo and Stardew Valley and Genshin Impact and stuff. So if you guys want to like see those games, I will definitely like I do play those games often as well. So yes, no problem. And yes, of course, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for entrusting me with your community. I do appreciate that. I do.
Are you playing, is it Revelations 2 you're playing next?
Yes, Revelations. Yes, and I've also been, every Friday, I've been doing the Resident Evil games. So, we're gonna be playing Resident Evil Revelations 2. Accidents happen
I might finish it before I do.
Interesting, Jorgen, that you say that.
You might finish Revelations before I finish it.
Oh, sorry. What? Oh. What? No, you. Oh, Alan is trash? Alan is trash? Okay, oh, okay, girl. Oh, okay, Alan's trash, okay. I didn't, y'all, Hinako said Alan is trash. Y'all, Hinako just said Alan was trash in my face. Stop. I'm sick. Yes, babe. Huh?
I found a green tonic. Who needs? Everyone has one hook.
Not me. Babe, chat says hi.
I guess I'll just take it then.
Who's Alan?
Actually,
I don't know. I think Alan's a random.
Alan Iverson?
No, Alan. Wait.
Oh no.
Alan Berry?
Babe, just go. You're gonna say every other Alan, and then I just told you, girl. Okay, well, I'm not a bro. Mr. Lola says hi, chat.
Come on.
No, Jay.
No.
Girl. Girl. Oh, you scared me. Yes. We can invite Kati. Yes. Come here, Gargan. Come here. You see this? You see this? You see this? That's you. That's you. Hi, my elixir.
Hello.
Hi. I mean, Nix. Don't worry, I'll recover. I don't think I have time. Oh! Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, Nix, if only Nix had a flashy.
What's my first hook, so...
Oh crap. Nobody's near me.
No. Where are you?
Like the complete opposite side of the map from yours. Is anyone gonna get Jorgen?
Yeah. I think Hinako's gonna go.
X.
What? No, Hinako.
No, Lola.
No one got Jorgen?
I thought you said someone was getting him.
I thought Hinako was gonna go get her. Go get him, I mean.
Oh no, oh no.
Stop saying that. Oh my god, I
I
don't
see
know
this gate's open to your right, to your right.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Here. Oh my god, I'm stressed. I'm overwhelmed. Oh my god. Okay. That was overwhelming. Thank you, bestie. I thought I could finish my heal by myself if Hinako like healed me halfway, and I tried to tell her to go get you, but I am so sorry, my Jorgen. I tried to tell her, and I was also injured. GG's. But yeah, we can invite Kati. Who's Kati? Yeah. Of course, of course. Ooh, Ellen. Oh my god. Let me play as should I play as Eddie or Alan? Where's Alan? Where's Alan? Where is Mr. Wake?
We're not gonna do the beach fit anymore.
Oh, well, oh, not Coffee leaving. That's crazy. Oh, we can still do beach fit. Hold on. Where's my Arella? Arella. Ooh, how about Stranger Things?
Hi, how are you?
Fox, wait, is it Fox Kit? GG's, well played. You and the raid scared me at the end. I was like, oh, I'm dying. I was literally yelling, stop body blocking me to the raid, that I was like, you fucker. literally was yelling at him to not body block me. I was like, stop sandbagging me. Oh, is the lobby bugged? Here, let me reset the lobby real quick. Hold on. Let me reset the lobby. Because Kati keeps getting kicked for some reason. Okay. And it's only Kati too. Accept. Okay, and then Ms. Nix, invite. Scotty, where's Scotty? Where is Scotty?
Trouble seems to find us.
I had to play Oni for challenges. I'm a Huntress, technically Jason main. Ooh, I love a good Huntress.
Henderson, you gotta get us out of here.
Okay, we can wait for Gothi. I think Gothi is restarting their game. Oh wait, no, actually. Let me go pee real quick. I love Were Elk and Baba Yaga Huntress is the best. Oh, what is up with Kathy's game? Hello? Kathy keeps like leaving, and maybe Kathy needs to restart her game. Maybe we can do a game without Kathy, and then after, maybe let's do a game without Kathy, and then maybe Kathy has to like restart their game. But I also love Jason too. What prestige is your Huntress and Jason box kit? I think she'll try to restart. Okay. Yeah, let's do, oh wait, I forgot Jorgen's going to the bathroom. But yeah, we can do a lobby without Kathy. But yeah, Stranger Things. All we need is a Steve and a. All we need is a Steve or what's his name? Jonathan Byers.
And a Nancy.
Yes, you can request a song, my Yorkin. I'm doing it from Apple Music, so. Hi, my Joopy.
Hi, Joopy.
It's called American. Let me see. I love. Let me see. Let me find that song. I love Lana. Oh wait, here it is. I found it. I didn't have to search. So I'm just coming back now. That's okay, my Yorgan. Also, I do appreciate you guys just being here today. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for streaming. Well, yes, of course. I'm excited because your girl is doing big things, and I'm excited because I get to stream on TikTok with a stream key now. So
For honor and glory, Eddie.
So now I'm gonna be like just focusing on like streaming on TikTok and Twitch, and then trying to post more YouTube content instead of streaming there. Also, guys, I haven't started in a minute, so I'm so sorry. Actually, let me start them now. You guys probably won't miss much in the beginning of the match, so I do apologize. Also, they'll miss me pissing you off. Oh, oh, you're again? Interesting, girl. Just jokes. Right, girl. Right. Okay, guys, we got this.
I really don't like this.
Who just threw that pallet?
Jorgen.
It's a Nemi.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh my god. Y'all, Jorgen, oh, I think it's a West, oh, Oni, Nemi.
Oh.
That's crazy. Not Jorgen throwing all these fuck-ass pallets, girl.
How much longer are you gonna be on for?
For a while.
Alright, because I'm gonna have to pop out for a bit, because it's getting late. I need to eat something. But if you're still on, I can join back afterwards.
Yeah, I'll still be on for a while. Nice.
Yeah.
Move, Jorgen! Jorgen! That's what you fucking get. That's what you fucking get for body blocking me. Girl, like, I'm over here trying to loop an episode. And you're over here like, oh my god, let me just sandbag you real quick. Girl, I'm stressing. Oh, thank you, Robin. Thank you. Hi, my Eerie.
You know, I'm Robin, right?
Oh, I have names off, so I just call it by the character's name. Oh, don't even heal Jorgen. Jorgen sandbagged me. Right.
Yeah, Jorgen, instant karma. Yeah, so I tried healing Jorgen, and then he threw down a flashbang, so I looked away. And then I refused to heal him, and then he got down by Nemi.
I'm going the fuck to bed. Oh. Ooh, he's right there. Bessie, you might not want to go that way. The Oni saw you. What in the coup de grace looking ass swing was that? Bro. What is your ping, sir? Oh, we're about the same. Never mind. Hello? See, Jorgen is intentionally bringing the killer to us. That's insane.
Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble, Nemi, but you are not hitting that far.
Oh my god. Move it, Jill!
Yeah, you get that?
Oh. Oh. Hello?
Why are you going that way?
Well, I was gonna go that way until... Jorgen, why are you following me? Get on my face. Before you get instant karma again. Ooh, thank you, bestie. Oh my god. Y'all. I'll probably, you know, I probably will be on for like another like hour elixir. Or two.
I probably will be back, but I'm not sure.
We have 2 gens left and all 8 survivors still alive. Okay. Da, da, da. Oh, our 4 gen is like so bad. It's horrible. There's a gen on a mound that like needs to get done. Like I had like progress on it, and then like one of the killers broke it. Come here, Dusky Bun. Come here. Hi.
Okay, both killers are a check. And I did see a gen on top of like a mountain, but it wasn't done like at all. So I don't know if that's the same one.
Oh, babes. Gonna go eat with mom? Yes, yes, love that for you. Hopefully you have a good time with your mom, my Jay. Oh my god. That's it! Oh! Are you kidding? Bro. I hate this zombie. I hate this zombie. I hate this fuck-ass zombie. Bro. Listen. I had a plan and this Nemi blocked me. Oh. My bad, girl. This Nemi basically cornered me and was like, I'm gonna use the power of my zombie to compel you. Okay, our gens are kind of spread out, but they're... Oh, you bitch. I'm gonna die. I'm dead here. Brother! I hate it here. I hate it here. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy that you had the audacity to come at me like that, bro. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. GG's. That's fucking crazy, bro. Also, I'm gonna like review these clips later because I'm gonna have to like add them to summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Okay. Our I need to look at some of these clips actually. Guys, I want more coffee. Summertime, summertime sadness. I want more coffee. Like, okay. I forgot to spectate. Oh my god. I'm like, okay, Kathy is going to is holy frame drops. What? Wait, were you rubber banding too, Nyx? Because I was rubber banding earlier today. Girl, I swear these, like, they need to fix their servers. Oh, I need to play 5,000 as an escapist. Yeah. Yeah, because Jorgen, like, normally when you're playing with me on, normally when you're playing with me, like, your ping is, like, usually, like, 120, but you kept shotting up to, like, 200. Okay, so it's me and Ms. Nick. So, me and Ms. Nick, so...
Okay, bye, bestie. Hopefully I'll be back later.
Okay, yeah. I'll probably be on for, like, another hour or two. So...
Okay, bye.
Bye, my elixir. Yes. Still love me. This is my favorite Lana Del Rey song. I heard a cover of it, and I loved it, and I loved it even more. But yeah, guys, thank you guys for playing. I might go to like regular 1v4 if like after this, if no one else wants to join. But I do need to play 5 more games, so maybe I'll do like 5 more games, probably. This game and like 4 more. Because I need to do like my escapist challenge, so I gotta do, so maybe I'll just do 4 more after this one. Still love me when I'm no longer beautiful. Still love me. What? I can, now you will. But if you guys see me on offline, I'll probably like play with like, Miss Nix, when she's streaming later. You know when I get to heaven. Party.
Hi, how are you?
GG's, Nemesis from last game. Yes,
Hi, how are
GG's. You guys did so good. Y'all scared me. Y'all did so good. We were doing a little bit of sandbags earlier. So when I was getting chased by Nemi, I was getting sandbagged by the 11, who was my friend Jorgen. And I was so happy when you came by, Oni, to knock them down. Oh, my bad, Diva. Diva down. Diva down, Diva down. But yeah, you guys did so good. And welcome in, by the way. Oh, yeah, they are fast. They're speedy.
Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
And thank you for the follow, Berthy. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I need to go heal for the rescue. He's got the cute little gesture fit. Look at that. Oh! He's so... Oh! God! Bye. Bro! What the fuck? Oh my god, that was crazy, actually. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was actually a little bit insane that I dodged both of them, too. Oh, do you not want to heal me, Renato? Renato? Thank you, bestie. I'm gonna try to get rid of this totem, so that way if people are coming from this way, the side that I'm on, they don't accidentally snag it. Because that totem in that little small office room is annoying. I got you, Michonne. I got you, bestie. Don't worry. Yeah, the tag team is insane, actually. Okay. Is no one getting that person? Literally... No... Oh, you guys... Oh, this poor, No! Bro! What the fuck? Brother! I hope they don't get that. I hope they don't get that. Okay, I think I know where the thing is. Okay. Also, Nixa, was this your last game, by the way? I'm sorry, I didn't, like, ask. I think you said that it was, but... Yes, you're LG. Okay. I got you, Diva. R.I.P. Hopefully that person gets hooked near us, so that way we can get them. Damn. No, if only she had a flashlight. Babes, girl. If only she had a flashlight. It's okay. I can abandon. It's okay. GG's. Yes, GG's. Oh, you switched to Yui last minute. I didn't realize. Okay, let's see. I need to do all of these. S killer. Okay. I'm gonna do one last minute break real quick, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I also might get a snack to see if Mr. Lola brought anything home to snack on. So I will be back, and thank you to everyone who is joining for the games. I appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, my Miz, thank you for joining me. I will be back, and I will see you guys in a couple minutes, okay? If anyone wants to join for my last 3 games, feel free. No pressure to join, but you guys are more than welcome to join if you'd like. So I will be back if you guys want to loop the house down boots. Okay? I will be your bee. Give me a few minutes, guys.
Isn't
okay?
that cool?
Wait, didn't she say this was a cat cafe? Yes, it is. Oh! Not him saying that. Not everyone can pay a bunch of money just to be told that they've got positive vibes or how they're gonna die. See, I cannot heal you there because I'm in. I didn't see the teepee there. Hello? He's gonna be on my ass in a second.
Like you're complaining.
I'm not complaining. I will let him choke me out any day. Oh, Daddy. Oh, hi, Daddy Wesker. Hello. Hey, Daddy. Yes! 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 He gave me nodders. Respect, respect. Love you. What? Why does it look like someone's shit right here? What? Why does it look like someone took a shit right there? Y'all see that? Y'all see what y'all see what I see? Why does it look like someone took a shit and just was like, yeah, I'm gonna just leave that there and not clean myself up? Why are you screaming? Oh! Oh my god, he's getting beat! What the? Y'all saw that? Y'all saw what I just saw? That man just got beat! What the heck? Why did it? Hello? I didn't about. Hold on. Do y'all see this? It's not letting me back in the boat.
有段时间，我特别爱找凯瑟琳小姐签名叫《安全运输法则》的委托，因为所有的魔物都会兴冲冲来打我，根本不去管热。
I ended up drowning. Anyways. Tater, why are you giving me the side eye? Weren't you the one who said, "Oh, you know, Wraith smash. I'll open my hole for this man," or something like that? Y'all, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. What the? Bro, what the hell? What? And I'm gonna die for it? Oh my god. Okay, my camera does not like me today, apparently, but okay. My camera does not like me. I'm gonna have to like just adjust my seat actually. Okay. How many more do I have to do for these? Okay, I have to do 4 more. 4 more. 4 more as an escapist, and then tomorrow we'll be doing some open lobbies, guys. I don't know what time. Oh, okay. So originally the open lobbies are scheduled for 11:30 a.m., but right now, like, I'm just testing some times to see. Let me just oh wait, let me I also need to put some blood points into my characters actually, so I might do that. Well, actually I have to put it in my secret P100s actually, so I will do that after I finish my games. Also, guys, I had an avocado. I had an avocado as a snack. A nurse? Interesting. Oh fuck, okay, I'm gonna have to do 4 more games after this because I forgot to switch to Escapist on Claudie, and I just realized I'm a gen jockey this game, so... Haha. Lara, stop running, please. Oh my god. Also, guys, don't forget to clean your daily attendance and, your daily lattes. Oh, fuck. Nice. This is still here. Uh-huh. Oh my god, the rubber banding is insane. Oh, nice cut off, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. But thankfully for me, I don't have a hunt state anymore, so... Thank you, bestie. Thank you, thank you. Oh, our origin is kind of bad. What happened, Raven? Ooh. Damn. Well. I tried. I tried. Well, now I'm on death. I hate that. You're so sleepy. That's okay. You'll have... You're what? Like Central Standard Time? You got like 2 more hours, my Raven. Oh, they're transing by. This Chris. I love that. I think the Arella. Come here, Sable. Sable! Yeah, they have a nasty 4-gen setup and they're protecting it like heavily. Hi, Karomi. Welcome in. Thank you for giving me your daily latte, and thank you for the work. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, I was gonna dig in on, but never mind. Rude. GG. Okay. Okay. I need to make sure I'm an escapist. Okay, that didn't count as one of the last 4 games. I have to escape. I have to play as an escapist, and I need to do 4 more games as an escapist. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get it done. Actually, this might be LG. This might be LG. Just because I forgot I had to be on call for something. So I almost forgot. So this might be LG, guys. I think this might be LG. Because actually no, this is gonna be LG because I have to, I forgot I had something to do. But we will be doing more open lobbies tomorrow. So if anyone wants to join for open lobbies tomorrow, we can do that. Also, here is the Discord, by the way, if you guys do want to join it. My Discord is applied to join. My Discord is applied to join, so you just have to answer the questions and stuff, and you guys will be fine. Oh, Larry's gross. Gross. Okay. Now, which one of y'all just threw that fucking pallet? I'm gonna just assume it was a Jake. Or... Okay, y'all can do that, Jen. Y'all, I feel naked without... Ooh! Okay, bestie. Move, Jake! my god, that scared me. That scared me. Okay, Ghostface and Blight. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Hi, Michaela. Okay, well, I just got off a hook, bro. Well, thankfully for me, this is gonna be LG, so I do kind of want to make it quick. Also, let me just start the ads now. Well, this kind of makes me want to do another LG because actually, no, this doesn't count. No, I just got, bro. You know what? It's okay. I understand. I understand. It's okay. I understand. Okay. Well, I died. I'm gonna do one more game. That didn't count. That didn't count. I'm gonna do one more game. One more LG. And then I'll play more tomorrow. Let me just... Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I know who I'm gonna raid, actually. Okay. One last hurrah, and then I will call it here. Da, 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 da. Okay. Because I fear that game did not count. Because I got tunneled, like, immediately. Okay. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. I just want to make sure that they're still gonna be on. I hope so. Oops. I got stuck. I got stuck. I got stuck. Bro. Thalita, why'd you run away? Dang it. No, it's okay, Dwight. Oh, this poor Dwight tried saving me. The rubber band is crazy. Oh, okay. Damn, this poor Dwight, bro. I guess doesn't like Billy or Blight. No, I meant Oni. Billy or Oni. We finish this gen, we win. You still managed to hit that? That's insane. I was hoping he wouldn't, but okay. Okay. Well, everyone's kind of in the same corner. So... It's okay, Michaela. Just go do, go. No one's touched this gen, so I think I should be good. I'm gonna see if there's a green tonic somewhere, but probably not. You have 3 gens left. Bro, I thought you were gonna go in that corner. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine, because this was OG. Okay, I'm gonna just say GG's and go on. GG's. Good luck next match, sure. Okay, now, Admiral, this is my LG. This is my LG bestie. I gotta get off. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Da-da-da. Okay. Admiral, I've been on for hours. I extended my LG already. I was originally supposed to do 4 games total, but I forgot I had to do something. So, I'll do open lobbies tomorrow. I'm probably gonna change the time that I stream tomorrow though. So yeah, I'll probably stream around like later in the afternoon, probably like around like 2 p.m. probably. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. So if you want to tune in for open lobbies tomorrow, I'm doing more open lobbies tomorrow. Because I've been on for 5 hours pretty much today. So if you want to tune in then, feel free. Oh, I also need to put points I need to put points into my into one of my okay. I need to put some points into one of my secret P100s. So I'm gonna just do that real quick before I log off. Of DVD. Oh wait. Yes, my elixir. Yes. But don't worry, I'm doing more open lobbies tomorrow, and I'm starting it a little later than I scheduled tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune in tomorrow, I'm going to be starting later in the day tomorrow. Just so that way I can just catch one on sleep, and two, but I will be playing a little bit later off stream. So if anyone does want to play with me later, and if you guys happen to see me on, like, I'm most likely gonna do like a few games off stream. And yeah, and then I'll be doing some open lobbies tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune in for open lobbies tomorrow, feel free, okay? Trust. Okay, bye, bestie. Thank you for the games. Yes, thank you for the games, my elixir. Thank you for the duo day today. I do appreciate that. I had some good clips today. And also thank you to everyone who tuned in on TikTok. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for tuning in and leaving some likes and stuff and whatnot. So I do appreciate that. We're gonna go right out to somebody. Let's see. Do you guys want like more DVD, or like do you guys want to watch more DVD, or like do you guys want to watch like someone who's playing like do you guys want to watch someone who's not playing DVD? What do you guys want the vibes to be? Because I have someone playing D&D. I have someone playing Dungeons and Dragons. I have a lot of people playing DBD. I have a couple people playing Big Walk, Call of Duty. I have a couple people playing Warframe, Palia. Oh, so I'm late. Well, yes, you are late. You are late, ho. And what about it? You came late and you decided to not want to play with us because you hate us. So if you guys wanna if you guys wanna play, if you guys wanna like, wow, imagine being late and skipping open lobbies. Shameful. Oh, well, to be fair, Jay said that he hates us, so there's that. And he didn't bother sharing any food. It's pretty fake. You guys are not going to do this to me. I'm doing open lobbies again tomorrow. Why do y'all act like I'm hating y'all and I'm going to be gone forever? I told y'all that I have to end because I forgot I had something to do with somebody. First of all, I have to go help a friend with something. So, and I just need y'all to understand that I have other priorities too. I have other things to do. So y'all can't say that I hate y'all. Y'all can't say that I hate y'all. Cause listen, Jay, I gave you ample opportunity to like invite you, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna be busy, girl. I'm gonna pick up my mom, girl. I'm gonna eat lunch with her, girl. And also Elixir, Jay said before Jay left, Jay said that he hated you. So no lunch for me. Well, tell Jay to bring you lunch next time, Mama. Because Jay told me that he was gonna bring lunch for everybody, but he came back empty-handed. So, imagine. Anyway, Elixir, you're gonna believe that bottom, Elixir. you're gonna allow Jay to say, oh yeah, I want you to open my hole to Jorgen, and like I'll make you scream and stuff to Jorgen. And then Jorgen was like sandbagging me, and then Jay was endorsing it and was like, I dare you to sandbag Elixir and Lola. So take that as you will. Take that as you will. Anyway. Girl, I save a spot for my Elixir next. Well, no. Because at least I don't come in empty-handed. Actually, I actually offered my curry when my Raven said that his tummy was hurting. So Jay, you need to give our Raven some food and stuff. And you didn't show up with a plate of food. I shared my curry with our Raven. Right. So where's the proof? Where's the proof at, Mama? See, and I'm looking at what y'all are doing. Y'all are trying to keep me just by making me chat. Y'all are trying to make me chat. But yeah, I'm gonna send y'all over to Artist. Artist is playing Dungeons and Dragons. I know it's not DVD, but I want I'll send y'all over to him, okay? And stuff, okay? Yeah, and those are the raid messages. If you guys are not subbed, copy and paste the first raid message. And then if you guys are subbed, copy any of the raid messages with my emotes if you guys are subbed. WD&D, yes. Artist is playing D&D. Make sure you guys behave in there. He is co-streaming with someone, and he's so you guys need to be on your best behavior, okay? And I am a mod in there, so I'll be lurking, and if y'all are not behaving, I will ban y'all. So I'm just saying. So y'all better behave. And thank you guys so much for the hanging out. I will be live again tomorrow. I'll probably live later on in the day. Instead of like 11:30. So I'll probably be live in the afternoon. Probably around like 2:30 Pacific Standard Time. So that will be like 5:30 Eastern. So I will see you guys tomorrow. And then on Thursday is rank reset, and I'm gonna try to do my best to play some killer that day, just to like test the waters to see if I still got it and stuff. But yeah, and also thank you Vizern for the raid earlier. I do appreciate it. And yeah, we're gonna go raid into Artist of Cons. Artist is a lovely streamer. They don't stream much, but when they do stream, it's usually every Tuesday for Dungeons and Dragons. And I think you guys will like it there. It's usually pretty chill. They're also a fellow comp cutie. So if you guys want to go check them out, please feel free. And make sure you guys drop them a follow, okay? And I will see you guys tomorrow, like I said. Bye!